Okay. How come there's no sound? Whisper unlocked content. Make sure you tied up any loose ends before starting. Uh, I'm pretty sure we did. The only thing we didn't get will be we didn't get what was it called? We didn't get that one novel thing. That was the also yeah. Well, come on in. This is we're gonna play some the Roottrees are dead. We're playing Roottreemania. The second part to the game, I guess, when the game originally came out, it's like a browser game. It only had the first part. Now this is a part of the actual game when it's on Steam. Um, but I think we're good on unlocked content. I want to say we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. Choose a save slot. 50 locked in. So I'm gonna use a different save slot. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Why is it muted?
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
Hey, it's Clark. It's Clark Ruti.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down.
Oh, Clark Rafferty? It's Clark Rafferty.
A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too.
He's also the one who married like 3 women.
I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge, the Clancy Trust covers any Roottrees despite their history with us. A lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. That was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself.
Boy. Not fucking Miracle.
The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them. But she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side.
Yeah, Sam's being insane. I know she doesn't like the 5 pieces, but if she's not contacting the family to make sure that they're not going to get fucked over by random people who are claiming that they're part of the family, like yeah, I know the 5 pieces. She has beef with the 5 pieces, but she shouldn't have beef with their generation.
In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research.
Okay. So, previously in the Roottrees are dead. Okay. Lawrence 2 diaries upon the most useful resources of all. A few dead ends and red herrings. This guy. Okay. Okay, that's good. Notable events. Oh, now it's the 6 pieces. Roottrees Rift, Clark Rafferty LaRue. Guy who had 5 P's. Roottreemania and an Anonymom. Today's August 3rd, 1998, 1999. It's been 8 months since you helped Sam Madison with the research written for a book. Paid you a large sum of money. Referred you by name. Roottrees and I have not. Sam Madison's book about Elias Roottrees was released in February. Is a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. In March, this is February, so in March, the stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release for book conflicting press releases a clear lack of leadership. That makes sense. Clark was announced as a permanent assistant to Carl and welcomed Sad Man to the official family officially. An outside legal group to handle the changes to the clan's trust. After the announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees. Most dismissed as opportunists and scammers. Okay. Hospital 5 of these was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5Ps as publicity to move at the same time. 5Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. In a high-profile misstep, Miracle Rootree publicly vehemently denied that 5Ps was a Rootree. Nice. Rootree's legal team offered to do a DNA test to get 5Ps to drop his claim. And in a moment that caught what seemed to be a entire world by storm, the test proved that he was a Rootree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Rootrees. Oh boy. So who is this? What part of him is a Rootree? In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with a face and voice disguised. Who claimed to be an affair with the Rootree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Rootree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Rootree, therefore entitled to a share of the clan's trust. Nobody knew at the time, but this would go on to be the last chapter of the Roottreemania saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story come out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn. Conforming the world's assistance, the DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Rootree. The final event caused public disappointments, doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal by being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottreemania seems to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it seems like a distant memory. Okay. Okay. Clark came to you. In your letter, he said you can share with Sam with the following. The screws tell us who to investigate by filling in the new sections of the tree, and will take the time to handle verifying the timeline checks out. Keep in mind, over here, if someone doesn't have a child and had been disqualified by our lawyers, there will be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for the people ones that led to potential Rootrees. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names and nicknames won't be enough. Okay? To start sorting out infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in the positions of power. Well, that sounds like an easy thing to do. That makes sense. And they would say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for a woman to hide 9 months of pregnancy and a birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim I was a perfect husband, but using the family cheese to wipe its rent. Yeah, you know, at least you're honest. Some of us learn how to wield our family name, unfortunately to our benefit, consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those I've betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you, refuse to make any more mistakes, and do my best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. So please fill in the tree, and together we can figure out the best to make amends. Good luck, and thank you both, Clark. Watch Sam come in and be like, he's lying, he's doing this for his own personal gain. But then again, I feel like he's not completely lying because he is what's what I'm looking for? An advertising agent, and he probably is looking at this PR that's going on right now and going, this is ass. We need to make sure that our company is solid. Yippee! Okay. The first thing, he mentioned something about news time. I noticed that now. I was like, I'll keep a notice of that. Marco Ucci did the same, denying he was. Okay, so they got a new periodical. So we'll look up 5Ps. Felix Fellows. Appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. Interesting. So his father was Guy Hudson. Okay, it proved that he was related to Guy Hudson, but it didn't say it's his father. His mother, Joanna, was Zach Morden's secretary when he was retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit. His parents divorced when he was 4. After his father under the affair, Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid of her son's life. I mean, they haven't gotten anyone killed or purposely, have they? But I understand the fear. An overdose. Shit. He says it was the only one where they were dressed. The only one not from the affair itself. Why they Joanna Fellows? So Joanna Fellows. Oh, but I need her. Oh god, I need her maiden name. Oh man. Okay. Oh, this is the original Miracle. This is even Junior or the third. This is the original Miracle. Oh shit, damn. Hmm. It's only her son that chose to take on a job with no salary. Book also says that the story by his father Elias, assuming you see, was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Bullshit. Miracle says EC's own choice. Bullshit. Hmm. This guy's got that devil music. Hmm. Oh, you fucking grifter! You claim that people you call other people grifters, and then you'd be like, if you were the witch to hear the true story, you can come to me on my farewell tour." Hmm. Okay. Okay. So how do we do this? So this is Guy Hudson over here. So he had the affair with Joanna. Oh, I see. Possible infidelity 1, 2, 3, and then family update. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, there's an update. Okay. Oh shit, 1921. Oh boy, possibility 1949. Possibility 1975 to 1982. 1999. When was Guy Hudson, you piece of shit. There's a star here. What does the star mean? Oh wait. 5 P's. Oh, I see. That's why I saw people saying online that they made it harder because of the fact that now you had to do first name and last name. You don't know. Okay. Felix Fellows. Rapper or singer. Let's see, we do a singer or musician. It's gotta be this guy. Because he's starred. Split up. Okay. We know his dad's name. Riley Fellows. First off, you know, yeah, so go here. You know, that's Joanna. Guy Hudson. This fucking horn dog. This piece of shit. Wait a sec. How many affairs did this guy have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bro, what the fuck? Holy. Oh wait, hold on. Potential affairs. So maybe only 2 or 3 of these are right. You know, maybe they're not all affairs. You know. I'm kidding. I mean, come on now. At least 3 of these are probably true. This one's confirmed true because the DNA test shows that he is definitely at least related to him. This reminds me. Occupation dead. The 3rd president. Where she worked the register. Cashier. Alright, so I see if I find her last name and I get 3 hits. Oh, I need to get 4. Additional key relatives. Okay. I wonder if he counts as one. I hope he does. $1982. Oh, what if his death wasn't an accident? Because we never went over how we always thought that something was weird about his death because it was a hit and run or whatever, then he just ran off. But what if it wasn't just an accident? Maybe it was related to an affair, like this Riley Fellows guy or something, or any other spouse of a cheating partner who would have been a little bit, upset. So let's look into Joanna Fellows. How you say her name? Joanna. There's an older version of this page in Time Travel Archive. It's existed adjacent to the company in 78 to afford it. There were debauchery and swinger parties. With like huge, large holiday parties, we had excuse. Got very hand of hand. Wasn't Carl Roottrees at a never had any marital issues. She graduated. So they went up when he went to a private school in her hometown and broke up when he graduated and moved back to Butler County. Okay. This is fucking complicated. Okay, so the fact that you're giving me this information and you're giving me Miracle's photo makes me think that he was involved and also had an affair. Now, the same thing would be if he's over here and had an affair over here or whatever's over here, right? The other not so sane thing would be as if he had an affair later on. Okay. 6 pieces. So let's go down the list then. Copy that. Sam Madsen. The attack on the hypocrisy lies Roottrees was observed. However, many took umbrage at the timing of the release and the tone, which seemed vindicative. It was. I mean, it was vindicative. I wish I'll do late night decision call about indecisionitis, but more traditional analysis have been calling it the Roottrees rift. Okay. Okay, so here's what we'll do. First off, okay. Okay. And then let's look up this this thing. And then look up the Roottrees rift after this. A disease coined by popular Stetsto. Okay. It ties a bit for jit together. In the sketch, a woman ordered a number 5 at the drive-through speaker. After pulling forward, and she changed her mind in the window and switched to number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance among the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, the same woman then barged into the restaurant and passed the current line, gladly complaining she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitioned to a restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. A doctor claims the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a decision that causes extreme confusion and irritability and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations. Oops. But could also spread to humans. Ha! Because they're saying that they're not humans. Ha! That's true. Together. Good, a bald man still with the voice change saying, I'm not comfortable saying who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's company, I really should have gotten my shit together. Oh, call, you idiot. That was 100% call. Oh, true. Okay, 3 press releases were released. The first was fairly standard. Say there was no president of the Roottrees company, but the Thai family was made aware of the release of the book and that they should meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of claims. Second was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later, announced that after a vote, Ron Roottrees would be taking over temporarily as the interim president. Also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book and verified the claims within and would allow a look into the compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. Also said that the company's lawyers would take immediate steps with the family to visit the clan's trust to make sure nothing like this could happen again. Okay, it's clear to business reporters and analysts at the time, but the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using a conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark and Ron would be taking over as the first joint presidents. Also, it stated that any compensation plan would be based on stringent verification. Ron's the good one, right? The twins, or not twins, I guess. Okay. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. So we went to Hive quickly basic article about Ron in Business Watch. It said he was to release a movie about the truth. 3 weeks ago, his mom died. Oh, not Gwen. His brother Robbie have seemingly made amends. Doubt that. One seemed way too eager, personally motivated. Okay. In a word, he would got the clan's trust to move Robbie Rootree. I mean, wasn't Robbie Rootree like embezzling and shit? During was notoriously unwilling to do anything that would risk their wealth. They stalled and one became frustrated with the delay. Okay. But six pieces came when he saw a chance to force action while the family was in the limelight and released the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. Clark. Whoa. Whoa. Rupees. Who the fuck is Rupee Sprat? We actually appointed the Roottrees sometime in late March. Approached, sorry, after Rootree Rift, well before Roottreemania. As a local profiling lawyer, she offered to work for very little money, as long as she can be a public face to build a reputation. So they're a PR person. Okay. They jumped at the chance, as many members often attempt to spread as little time as possible. Spend as little as possible. Okay. Look at the clan's trust more carefully than anyone had in years, who became to the conclusion that the Clancy Edwards Rootrees implementation was not legally sound, that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and in public face, to prevent further issues. Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between law firm and PR firm. First move. Oh, let me do this. Okay. Just to have them draft a public statement accepting Sam to the family. Then they begin to address the clan's trust. But well, they hired her in April. Would be legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company. Okay, so first off, the most complete source of information you find for them is the time of the Roottrees is the website. Group in foster care. Oh god damn it. She might be a Roottree. Okay. I was concerned for class action lawsuit against a manufacturer for steering wheel covers. That was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland. Felix's mother then moved to Portland. Oh. Okay. With the rollout of a promotion allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. Okay. The can company in Root. The recent news for a high profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. Portrait of a Changed Man, 1979, formed Gospel, 1984. For nonfiction, appeared in a magazine called Pacote. Okay. She'd been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine necessarily herself immediately issued a cease and desist to the inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish, which is both from the shelves. Okay. What? Okay, so let's do this then. Cicely Sanchez. For one gospel. Interesting. In a magazine called Pickle-Tea. Oh. Hmm. And Pickle-Tea magazine. There we go. Okay. Unlike traditional tabloids, doesn't feature celebrities on the cover. And to create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be public at a given time. Okay. Beanie Babies, Magic Eye images, and even Red Bull. Okay, look that up, right? Gotta look up Red Bull. No Red Bull? What about Beanie Babies? Does it gotta have Beanie Babies? No, okay. Nothing. Alright. Fine. Fine. Okay. Fine. Let's see how it is. Goatee. Gotcha. Okay. Alright, so let's do... Before we crack into this fucking can of worms. It started everything. Let's look at this. Some use photos of Guy that you never by the publisher. Unfortunately, the magazine creates cease and desist. Version you found in your podcast just had the relevant pages moved, and this magazine useless unless you want to read about potentially demonic thing. Hmm. false lead, perhaps? Hmm. Hmm. Basilbub. Huh. I think I know what I need to do here, but I don't know how to get there. I need to find a conspiracy magazine, and then probably use that, and then search a big sass BC bass, and then it'll probably have something to do with Guy Hudson. Okay. Okay. Who were president in 1978? 1975. Maybe you're not the first affair. Hmm. Well, one of Sam's farm supervisors named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked out one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from the restaurant named Antonelli's. A caterer from the local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware the party was for swingers. Rumor has it the daughter showed up with Guy, but didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Hmm. One of Guy's secretaries. So not Joanna, though. Going to Elizabeth. So Elizabeth's daughter, okay. Okay. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved spending his buckets previously on Roottrees. To trip overseas often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on official business than meetings. He's about at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Okay, it's gonna look up Brazil, but I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Elias may have cheated on Gwyneth. Yeah, okay, that sounds about right. Much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and the first to invite Sam to family events. Sam got a person that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back using kind of leverage instead of it being a natural course of events. Mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue sometimes about another woman. Sam also says that her son Ernie, who asked her who's Beth because he overheard someone yelling about that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth from the supervisor from the farm, but she okay, I was gonna say. So there's two Elizabeths possibly, and then one Elizabeth that's related, maybe an affair. Another one whose daughter may be having the affair. Okay. Hmm. Oh, stretching that. So let's copy that like that. Highlight that. And then highlight this so we know what to look into for the future. Okay. Roottreemania and Anonymom. Hmm. So everyone was like, I'm a Roottree. Like, it's like Spartacus. When to me your name, it's empty said no. The image of Clark. Rapper will giving you the finger. Okay, that's kind of funny. Triggers new printings of other Roottree related media. Okay. I'm a secret Roottree. Oh, hope I didn't get a shirt. All right. Oh, a naughty mom. Okay, she slept with Guy Hudson. Their daughter was a Roottree. Okay. Child took the protocol about her. Jane Doe Roottree. And Sam backed her up? Are you fucking without a DNA test? Good on the company. That's a smart PR move. To be like, oh, hey, though it's scientifically proven that Joy Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, it does not mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She has every right to make a claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave the family alone. Basically being like, they may be wrong, but at the same time, please do not take out your anger on them. Okay. Can't take pictures. Okay. Guy has his own requirements for hiring women. Ugh. Ugh. Hmm. Okay. July 7th, 1989. Okay. Plus infidelity 1921. Was founded in 1909 by these two. So let's make an assumption and say that this is Elias Rootree. Okay. I mean, it's the only thing that makes sense, right? Well, I can get one more picture for him. Have I looked up Clark and no, I haven't. Root, which has to have its own leadership. Interesting. I gotta look into that. Okay. It's currently managed by a designer who's apparently Brenda White's second in command. Wuchi Sisters Fashion Scholarship. Okay, so nothing here. By her second in command. Okay. Okay, I see. Oh, I see. Boy, howdy. Did not give him much to work with, huh? And Jane Doe Rootree. Secret Roottrees. No. Is anything updated about the clan's trust? Oh wait, what about Ron and what about Robbie Rootree? Or is that about the Ron and Robbie having their feud? So these from French prison after serving a few years for assault. Oh boy. Those men arrested for partially featured 6 pieces. I want silver screen. I want that's all that that's done. No, let's just try Roottree, I guess. Okay. Shit. Oops. Okay. Old. Looking up old. Oh. Oh, okay, I see. I think I know that one. Hold on. Uh, Stephanie Jones apparently won her election. You find a full version. Stephanie landed to emerge to the local Brian Jones. She's a cousin. Gotcha. These Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie's campaign website. The new sections exist. The first is baby photo. There you find a picture of the new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Then second is what's next. There's not much of substance there right now, but looks some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise of popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There's been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for the announcements in the coming months. I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Okay, good for you. Okay. Okay. So that, because since you know these are both green, it means they both existed with the tree thing. They both existed here. So all I had to do was find two people who are either married or going to be married, right? Or had a kid. And it either had to be these two or these two. Definitely not that because she's dead. But yeah, so it had to be either these two or these two. There's a 50-50 chance, and I got it right. So I'm assuming it's this. Brian Jones. Isn't she politician? Was she like mayor? She won the election, right? In politics, yeah. I remember it's the toddler or baby or whatever. And then named after her grandmother, right? Caroline or Eloise? Guessing this is Jones. Oh, guessing this is Jones. And then Caroline. Was it? Is there an Eloise? It is not. So it's gotta be Carol, right? Yeah, Carol Jones. What else? The heck? Oh, am I just making the assumption that Zach Warden was secretary when he retired, and Guy Hudson took it for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit? When did Guy Hudson become Business Watch? Guy Hudson. Guy's uncle and current president took away. Hold on. When did Zach Warden retire? Goddamn. I need the date. I need the dates exactly of when each person was working. Goddamn. Okay. This is from 1999. So 1998 would definitely. It's got to be you. Stephanie Landon. Politics. Brian Jones. Oh. Oh shit. Maybe it's a thing that the greens don't count. You have to get 4 additional key relatives to the family tree. Okay. So maybe these don't count. So I'm gonna assume these are still right. I'm assuming this is right. I'm assuming these. Maybe I make the assumption this is right. First off, I don't even have Joanna's first name. Oh man. So I got him, and I got her. Most likely, 1975 to 1982. What really interests me is this Ruby Legal Enterprises thing. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Antonio's entire restaurant has been to Butler County times twice. Though the original Zimmer sold the land the building was on at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or she would retire. Years before that, there's a puff piece of Valentine's Day in 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded she and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, spent years when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Okay, so this must be. So it's Stephanie Garland and Christine Garland then. Yes, I mean Elizabeth Garland and Christine Garland, I think. Steve used to work extra hours to make sure during the deliveries. They grew apart. The restaurant switched suppliers. They communicated by chance eloped at the end of last year. Now she's a bun in the oven. They're both working as much as they can. She was a secretary, but back to she was a secretary. Okay, so this Christine Garland. Okay. 1978. Okay. I think this has to be the first affair because he didn't really start having parties as CEO until like after, right? After he became CEO for a while, right? I think. Which makes me think that like since she left early into when she's CEO, she must have been the first affair. Okay. So that's first I'm gonna highlight you. And then look up you. Fuck. What can I find about this person? I'm gonna assume nothing from this. infidelity, not married. Split up. In 1978. Well, let's look at the a caterer from the local restaurant Antonelli's met her daughter at one of the guy's parties. They eloped quickly. Was her daughter showed up with guy dating comfortable swinging partners. Mm. So slept with guy, but then she eloped with this other dude instead. I don't have a picture. I mean, okay, so we confirmed that's one person, right? Hmm. Let's go to 1992. I'm sorry, please. I moved my desk if that made a noise. Open their own restaurant. Business watch. I need to find out more about this kid. I mean, who kid? That's the most important thing. Hmm. I need a list of the secretary names. Oh, that's gonna be so fucking hard. Hmm. I haven't looked any more to Miracle Roottrees, haven't I? Hmm. haven't looked up anything about Sam Manson, have I? Oh, I did. I did. I did. Mm-hmm. If he was hosting a lot of parties, you wouldn't show up here, would you? Canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. Elias Roottrees, and then something Beth. Like another Elizabeth. Uh, First president, yeah. $1949. Because she talks about in her book. Some earlier, let's ask her who's Beth. Gwen was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family. I mean, yeah. I'm assuming it has to be one of these. Right? Either he had it early, he had it later in his life. Honestly, I should take this off. Because I have no. Honestly, he could have had an affair in his later years. Because who's talking about it? Sam's talking about it. Edward Clancy Roottree. Actually, hold on. What? Ain't no way. What? Hmm. Who else is in this picture? It's just these two. He looks like his picture from... Am I not allowed to see my old? You know what sucks is that you can't see your old evidence. Like that really blows. Hmm. Did you get any new books? Oh, look, I did. Artists before still available, and for convenience, any searches that do not lead to information still function as they did during your first investigation. Lauren Roottrees, you found out more information about her. Jim Roottrees. Oh. I'm talking about reported by you by one of the most upscale memory care facilities in. My backlash is towards a reporter that tracked Lauren down because they're caught standing on a ladder and holding the camera over a piracy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark, sung a bench outside near a small pond at the premises. I still have that evidence, right? There's a small passage to focus on potential affairs of the immediate family. Okay, there we go. An entry entitled Cruelty. Let's see, from 1963. Focuses on the relationship between a mother and a father. While referred to without information, which mentions a subject of affairs may be useful this time around. No strings to true love. Somebody goes, I went to school, I have multiple lovers. So many girlfriends, husbands have been unfaithful. Okay. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. They quoted my grandpa and his family saying blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. Please remember them. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. So she's saying, yeah, my parents did not cheat. Is what she's saying. Okay. How's Jim Mutu doing now? Okay, so nothing there. Go on. I'll go get some food for a second. I'll be snacking on cheeses while I eat. Ooh, a best of. Okay. I spent a lot of time to the near around the company anymore. Hmm. Okay. Nope. Mm. Mm. Hmm. 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 EC Roottrees? Okay. Oh, Hmm. Hmm. No, no. Okay. Statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, so that one of them being faked to death, it's just math. No, it's called death. Guy is not dead theory. Interesting. Highlight that. Oop. When I have sex with your cousin, oh boy. Nope. Hmm. The interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson and some photos. Let's go. Thank you, conspiracy theorists. I say for the first time and only ever time. Okay. Hmm. What? Hmm. Okay. Hmm. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers. Hmm. Oh, Bess Williams. There we go. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Oh, Uchi Brazil. Hmm. In the beginning of 1979. Don't tell me he has some child with someone in Brazil. The fuck is this? Hey, made a new mystery with the family. Oh yeah, hey Faye. Um, so let's eat my cheese it right here. I forgot for you here at the end of the first round of say the first case, but we determined about what I think about Sam Madsen being the hidden child, from born out of wedlock, and then Edward Clancy. She was raised by Edward Clancy, who was the I won't say bastard, so that's a really bad way of putting it. the black sheep of the family for being gay because he was living with his husband, partner. Well, back then it was what, an 18, whatever. So we'll say partner. John Miller. That was last time. Sam Madsen made a book, got mad at the Five Pieces, and was like, "I'm gonna make a book out there." Basically, turns the Five Pieces after Carl Rootree's death, and the epilogue of the story of the regular Roottrees are dead is now everything's gone crazy because now a bunch of people are coming forward calling themselves Roottrees. So now we're going through the list, and turns out some Roottree people, like Guy Hudson, who was the third president, had most likely numerous affairs. All these pink star affairs. We had to figure out what happened, and also find out anything new, like what this person was in the Roottrees family, and now she had a kid, which is nice and wholesome, and not this. So far, the only thing we know so far is that this guy, Felix Fellows, is 100% the son of Guy Hudson. He is a rapper named Five P's, and renamed himself after Five Pieces, like the original Five Pieces, even though there were 6 actually. And we know his mother's name is Joanna. Oh, Jesus, a lot of pink. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and then also the fucking grandpappy himself, Elias Roottree, may have also had an affair. Most likely this one over here. So right now I'm looking through. There's someone who was an author who was possibly going to make a book about Guy Hudson, but it got canceled, and she had photos about Guy Hudson, and those got were hard to find, but I found those. Oh, and then they made a Roottree Brazil. Which I was going to look up this incident that happened. A maple fire. Edson Soros. This is not making popular mayor. What the paper speculates was a move to counter popularity. His wife Sonia was secretly put in charge of a secret TV station called Telerede. So let me look up Telerede, and then let me look up Sonia Soares. Flavio Soares, young boy newscaster with a political following. Of fan fiction, it seems that some men of wide variety of ages and writing skills tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some tales in there and found out the common thread is that he's currently dating the tomato Ashley York. Okay. May shows ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. Additional fan sites include age 18, to excite Libra, favorite food, grilled steak, his mother's name Sonia. Bravo translates to golden haired. Okay. Okay. Ashley York. Let me try looking for her in. Of course. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was one of the parade floats. Like what he had told my people, vitamin people. We need an empire down there called that. Okay. Okay, there's something there. Over here, look up. It's a media group made by Sonia Alves. She's shortened her name to Nia. Okay. Doesn't show appear on interstate hold media. She sends a proxy. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so back to this. We did a whole like logic train right there. Okay. In 1981, commission me a final draft. My name on it, big shiny embossed letters. Half the page count narrative was 200 bits. Dinner was good and points. Take the moves to cost as much as a month of my mortgage. We got pretty drunk. To his mistress, Susie something. Okay. Okay, then. Another one to the list. Of my trip overseas. She was too good for him. Anyway, he died soon after, and that was the last that ever came up. With a recent book, I skimmed the sections of guides. See people suddenly called me up to ask about the man. But she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when he moved to Brazil, but actually I had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. We met with someone. I'd figure out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. I spent the best effort. I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the partner of his business partner, Australia, it was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want people to know about, but I did. Okay. Highlight that. Manson got things wrong. Sam mentions guys' affairs with treats them like most people would logically think to treat them. Like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. Oh. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got one out of it, the same thing. Good on you, Patty. I'm assuming I only had to spell it out for you so you can get writing for your readers. Woman. Patty enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been of whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage. At the same time, could be bet any woman that found him charming. I could show you that's exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Huh. So he wasn't cheating on his wife. That's neato, I guess. I mean, he still technically was like, okay, I'm not gonna use those words because they're also kind of crass. But he was I mean, if everyone consents to being swingers, it ain't a problem. Probably not the best look for a company president, but you know, if she's in on it and he's in on it and everyone's consenting during it, I mean, sure, fine, okay, I guess. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I mean, they're all cool with it. Why not? Yeah. It's also assuming because there were a lot of drugs involved at these parties, so it's a very high assumption that there's a very high hope that everything there was consensual. And assuming it's a swingers party, so hopefully there would be restraints. Yeah. Magazine interview with Sissy Sanchez and Picotti. She does not label as individual labels. Instead, they would say label Sissy was provided by the company's research company for this book. in the background of this photo, there's a Christmas tree. Okay. Who are you? Isn't that not Zach? Okay. Mm. Was reused as a photo from Business Watch. It's going to go for it's 85 pages long. So it's calling this propaganda. Flavio Suarez to Natasha. That's not the person he's dating, isn't it? Okay, so okay. Okay, so Edson Suarez has his wife Sonia until 1988. Get out of here. Okay. He was put in charge of office by the military government in 1973. So I've still named it. Okay, so this is 1973 to 1988. Okay. And then he has his one, and he has Televede. Given to being in 1970 after vacuum was created to remove a different network at the hands of Brazilian military dictatorship. Okay. Okay. First to golden haired. Okay. And then Ashley talks about Sonia Alves, who was Nia Alves, who ran this thing. Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980. She worked in at 17, and it covers her 1988. That date is the same thing as hold on. Fuck. To 1988. The citation for that too affected to stay alive. When was the last affair? 1982. Oh, hold on. Let's go back to Flavio. No, he's 18. I'm assuming he's 18 now, which means he would have been born in 81. Right? So, statistically speaking, split up. Oh, oh, I see. Oh, okay. So both of these kids don't have to be his. Only one of them has to be his. So I'm gonna make the assumption that one of these two is is it Nia or Sonia? Yeah, there's Nia. Is there Sonia? No, there's not. So Nia Alves, who works as CEO. Yeah, so I have 1, 2, 3. Then I have her husband. Well, I'm guessing it's no longer her husband. Not Flavio. Was it Edson? It was Edson Suarez. Let's do some fun stuff right now. Let's assume. Wait, hold on. Doesn't make any sense then. Because I have a picture of the guy who I think is Edson Suarez. Okay, let's just go. Let's just make some assumptions here. What's his last name? His first name is Flavio. His last name is Suarez. He's a newscaster. Okay. Okay, so if that's not the case, no. That's what her job is. She definitely was the CEO. Because he was definitely born in 80. He was definitely born in 81. Assuming she's not the final affair. Oh, having to do first and last names. That's fucking insane. I'm gonna take this off. Edson. Oh, what's his name? Uh, fuck. Edson Suarez. Torres. This guy. Fidelity gives this birth to. Oh, come on now. What's his name again? Flavio? Newscaster, right? Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Hmm.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life. 3 different people
No.
First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news.
Oh yeah, that's funny. So, we 2 people came forward that we know about before she gets to the 3rd person. The rapper came forward and was like, "Oh, I'm, my mother was a secretary of Guy Hudson, and I, had an affair." No one believed him. She didn't believe him. He was DNA test. He is the son. There's another lady that came forward being like, I was a secretary. Here's my daughter. Here's the DNA test. DNA test came back incorrect. She's not the daughter. The funny thing is, the second lady was backed by Sam, which is so she's 0 for 0 right now.
I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I was putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow.
I mean, got to them.
The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions.
Uh-oh.
But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Okay, first off, I'm assuming that must be Nia Alves. Because she's CEO of a company, right? Okay. Alright. Confidential. Give us some postal staff records. Let's go, secretary names! Let's go! Except for cross-referencing guides, secretaries, and visits overseas. By searching people just because they listen to this books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Okay. Alright. Juliet, Joanna, Doris, and Beth. Samantha, John, Elizabeth Farrow. That's important. Thomas, Fred Gleason, Stuart Todd. Oh, wait, we can do something with that. That means we know her last name. Okay, so before, who mentioned it? There's another thing about Elizabeth, who had a daughter who went to one of the swinger parties and was there with Guy, but then she met a caterer who also went to the swinger party, and then they fell in love and eloped quickly. And then we had a history check on Antonelli's. So that Christina Garland said her and her husband Steve were met some point at some point, and she was a secretary at some point, and she and I was like, well, that's not her last name, probably. But now we know what her last name is because she's probably Elizabeth's one. So if that's the case, oh man. By process of elimination, wait a second. Felix wasn't. Felix wasn't this guy? But that's Felix. That has to be Felix, because Riley Fellows was filled in. Musician, is he not? Am I getting the name wrong? What the fuck? Oh. Oh. Oh, hold on. I bet you he didn't use the fellow's name after his parents split up. I think he. Let's see, Felix. I mean, he is Felix Roottrees, but he's not. That's not like his like thing, right? So it's probably whatever her last name is probably what his last name ended up being, right? Surnames used from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. What the fuck? For now, we'll put Fellows. We'll come back to that later. It's super weird. I think this person. Well, let me look at the evidence that was said about. This was 20 years ago. So this is 73. Most of this is hearsay. So it's at 75. So I'm guessing this is. Let's look at the evidence we had again. Christine Garland, right? Supposed they have a as rapper and not musician. It doesn't look like it. Public speaker. Media mogul. Artist. He's not an artist. He's a musician. This has to be him because this is his dad, and his dad was filled in properly, and his biological dad and his non-biological dad were filled in properly. So this has to be Felix. And he's got a picture of her, right? So it has to be. No, that's too crazy. There is, to quote Star Wars, there is another. There's a whole entire thing about Ruby Spratt, who is now a legal advisor and basically PR person for the company, the Roottrees family company, who came up in like last year to them and was just like, hey, I'll help you out with your stuff. And the important thing that's noticed about her though is that she is from Portland, which coincidentally is also where Joanna took her quote unquote son later on. No, but that's too ridiculous. I think we can know we know for a fact that going back to Christine, where's the Antonelli's thing? All right, Christine was responded to this whole other thing saying when she met her husband in 1978. Met years ago. Okay. So let's say it wasn't 1978. Let's say it's 1973 or 4, right? So let's say his affair, Guy's affair with Joanna was before that. We know it was the first affair. Oh, we can figure it's the first affair also, by the way. Hold on. These like fucking photos here. Okay. So I think this. Oh, wait. Yeah. So I think she had an affair with Guy. Unless she got pregnant at... No, 1949 is too early. So it has to be Guy. So we don't know what she looks like. But we do know her name is Stephanie. Wait, was it Stephanie? Christine. Her name is Christine. Right? And then we know her last name because by process of elimination, by determining the fact that the mom's name, the confidential. Okay, so the only thing about this woman is she talked about her daughter, which is most likely going to be Christine. Her name is Elizabeth, and that she's a farm supervisor. This person. So farm supervisors. There's only one Elizabeth listed here, Elizabeth Farrow. Okay, which means that Christine is most likely her last name is Farrow. Okay. We don't know what she does, though she wants to open her own restaurant. We do know though her husband, his name is Steve, and I'm assuming his last name is Garland. Steven, I guess. Garland. Okay. I say this because I feel like if they weren't still married, they would have like the little like split up thing. And this person has no spouse, so I think it has to be someone with a spouse, so it has to be this person. We need to find a picture of her though. This reminds me, I think this is you. Yeah, that's you. That's 100% you. That's old girl Zach. Clara Lansing. Okay. Zach, Ernest, Edward, Lloyd, Carl, Elizabeth Craven, Swarthworth, Eli C., Fred, Albert Douglas, secretaries Juliet McCullen, Joanna, Doris, and Beth. Interesting. There's somebody exactly retiring and Gary taking over. Oh, I see. The retirement party transition between 1976 and 1977. Okay, so where is Christine Farrow was there, right there. Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed, but Joanna Fellows has been okay. Wow, so I did all that work determining Christine Farrow's name for them to just tell us? I guess. Felix Robertson. Christine, okay. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed at Roottree. Christine Farrow is no longer listed among the secretaries, but Christine Garland has been hired. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Wow, they give us all this information that I discovered before. All right, John Miller is no longer employed by. No, not John Miller. Gwyneth Madsen is hired. That's you. Oh, that's cute though, because her adoptive father, one of her adopted fathers, retires, and then her daughter takes over. That's cute. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus. 50 years, 1926. Sacramento retirement party and 50-year work anniversary. Okay, so she's working since 1926, which means she was probably born. Let's say she was working at, she was like at least 14 at the minimum, right? So she retired, let's say when she was 14. So if she were 1926, let's say she was 14. That makes her the most likely candidate to be your lover, mistress. Either you're Beth Knox or you're Beth Knox. One of you two is Beth Knox. Okay, so Elias Roottree, the original, 1921. Let's say he had a child in 1921 with a Beth Knox. Okay. First president. She was working for the place since 1926. So she can't be the daughter. Yeah. 50-year work anniversary bonus. So she can't be the daughter of his affair. She has to be the subject of his affair. She has to be the partner in the affair. The involved party. Because if she's been working for since 1926, she can't obviously be the child. So she has to be. I don't know who you are. I know who you are, but I don't know. Like, I don't have any pictures of you or anything. Well, probably dead. Secretary? We'll say secretary for now. Okay, took over. This is a particularly volatile period. Got some places. Edward, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd are no longer there. Raffertunes is now listed as office staff. Interesting. They're not there. She's not there. Julie McCullen and Doris Mays are no longer there. Elizabeth Farrow are no longer employed by Roottrees. Okay. Sam Quattro was hired. Edward Roottrees retirement party. Christmas tree bash. 1978. Okay. Oh, this guy came and left. Emily Seinfeld and Emily Barnes. Okay. Gwyneth Madsen and again Gwyneth Cattrall. Gwyneth Cattrall, because she made Sam Cattrall. News Ball, Christmas Tree Bash. Okay. Good. Okay, and then guy dies in 1982. Okay. Susan Ford gets employed. Okay. No secretaries are directly employed by the Roottrees. Work time temp. Woo. Woo. Oh boy. Fred Gleason 50-year work anniversary bonus. So Fred Gleason was working there for, I don't know who this is, but I'm gonna highlight that because that seems important. But $1 million clothing reimbursement. All right. Okay. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unity by Sad Manson. Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband had been convinced that he thinks he's a Roottrie. Details of this case could be found in your evidence. Stewart is the older boy wearing the vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who married an affair with a miracle Roottree. Oh, I see. So that's not her maiden name. This is her. She's taking the name of from her husband, who took the name from his parents, and that's why his mother has that name. So I'm gonna have to find out what her maiden name is. Mary Beth Clementine. Okay. Okay. Regina Clementine Salazar. Does that mean when you see like ne? Does that mean like the previous name, like the like previously before they were called Clementine? I'm assuming that's what it means. Called to us couldn't cooperate anymore. Husband, a police officer, never knew his father. Told he thought he could be a Roottrie. Changed to his family. Mary Beth Clementine, popular 30s and 50s. But she came to Butler County a few times. Indians said they were spending a lot of time spent in the Miracle Church. Sam Madsen, 6 pieces is out now. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email. Okay. Means originally called or born as. Oh, okay, good. That is important to know. So that means that definitely it's that. Okay. Oh, he's got the whole world in his hands. Got the whole world in his hands. Known for was her adoptions. Good. Other son was adopted later and coined a single line on when adoption was unusual circumstances. Interesting. Twice divorced. Both times remarried to Sterling. My French coming in handy for once. Heck yeah. I didn't even know that was French. Should have known. Okay. Uh. Hmm. And 1949. Unusual circumstances of a second son's. So Mark Clementine. Crocodile Clementine is listed in the website called the Infamy List. List of criminals known for art crimes. The Mark's name would imply he hails from Florida. Some losses from LA. Great. The Basket Baby of 1950. Almost everything else comes from his adulthood. That's his job in 1975 as a pilot after he tried to board the wrong airline plane. Charged with trespassing and assault. Drunk. 1982 was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canada and Mexican borders for legal reptile supplier. What is this? A fucking. What's it called? Tiger King? Written on the foot by a crocodile. The Portland Telegraph. Copying. Oh. Oh, we're cooking now. In 1983, released on Rebel. 94. Visit his daughter's graduation. When she punched the principal, a name named Billy Sims. Okay, so first off, let's do the less important thing first. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School. Achievements of fame. Billy saw Mark hop into the graduation stage and say, "Sir, you want to sit down? We have a problem." Crocodile was told to punch him right in the face. Billy apparently only had certain dates and said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Oh boy, that's a badass line. All right, so I guess we'll have a problem then. Clementine just throw another punch, but Sims anticipated and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Fucking badass. Alright. Let me just get. What? Oopsies. Get this out the way. Okay. What's her goddamn name? Ruby Sprat. Local team making change for foster care system. Ruby Sprat group in a foster care system. Apparently valedictorian, golden star. We chose him with money to build a foundation. Fountain she called Foster Foundation. Foster Fountain. Okay. What else? A few more pedals. Predictable cost coin. Da, 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 da. Okay. Are the trivia section the first news? Which is conceived by Ruby Sprat. Okay. Joanna Robertson. Because she died in Portland. Nothing. Interesting. Okay, well. Well, it looks like Sawyer from Lost a little bit. Alright. 1949. First visit was from 1949. Please, you and your son, please stay in my guest home. And then we can have an affair. No, it's a hard puzzle. I don't even think the slightest idea where to look. Yeah, it's a hard one, I'll tell you. Anyhow, I'm just gonna pop Daddy Dearest over here. Where are you? You little shit. Miracle. Feature. Mary Beth. Oof. Musician. What did they say his name was? Sterling Clementine. Okay. This fucker right here. Look at this guy. Oh, fucking little hair. Come on. The type of guy who'd be like, look at my wife. My wife's so amazing. Yes. Okay, here's how it gets complicated. Actually, no, it doesn't really get that complicated. In hindsight, when you think about it, we know that they had 2 kids. Oh, infidelity, but none of these kids are not. Okay, I see. One of them is Mark and one of them is Stuart and Mark. Mark was the one. Stuart's the one. This one's gotta be Stuart. Stuart. Clementine. Who is a cop. Yeah. Police officer. They said in the picture. Wait, did it say something? It said something about. They think that Stuart was the one that. Oh, Stuart's the older boy wearing a vest. Okay. So, okay. Okay. Woo. Okay. Do. Okay. Okay. Salazar, Regina Salazar. There's no way. This is Salazar. Okay, we got that. Should have done that first, so we got this. Interesting. Oh, I don't have a last name, that's why. But even then, interesting. Would that not be Clementine Sterling? Oh. New Edison. Let's see if he shows up here. Sterling Edison. Oh. So her last name is actually just Clementine. Okay. Edison Records versus Edsel. Uncle says that the older girls that were released the old record cross and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Oh. Another type claims that police have to record to New Edison Records after Sterling Edison got a physical altercation in public leading to divorce. The email address at the bottom of the phrase, send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page. Okay. The lawsuit named a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was the biggest problem for the person being sued. Record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edson was a German last name, At the time of the founding of the company, the U.S. was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately set out to try and get the coast to go away, but the damage was done. Oh, so his name is actually Sterling Edsel. Okay. Okay. So let me go back to the old rugged cross. There we go. I was wondering, I was like, we haven't used Modern Music Monthly as a periodical yet recently. When it first arrived at the magazine, however, it was listed as Mary Beth Quaker. Okay. Okay. Stewart. What was it? Mark. Clementine. Was it criminal, I guess? What would be criminal? Advertiser, architect, artist, author, baby, cashier, CEO, chef, comedian, construction, dancer, director, doctor, driver, farmer, firefighter, hairdresser, housewife, interior design, lawyer, manufacturer, mechanic, mini road girl, military model, magician, news anchor, nurse, pilot, police officer, politics, preacher, president, principal, pro athlete, professor, public speaker, retail, screenwriter, secretary, travel agents. Pilot. That's right, because he was smuggling things as a pilot. Okay. Stanson Canyon High School at 94. So why was Mark trying to start beef? That's my one thing. Okay, so I guess we know, right? It was his daughter's graduation. So I have 1, 2, we need 4 more. Beth Knox, secretary. I'm assuming that Beth Knox is going to show up. Oh, an Elizabeth Knox. No. Assuming she's a chef. No, let's do that. Who is this lady? Wait, hold on. Hold on. What's smarter than this? Do you have the year? Okay, so... Okay, so we know that this was during probably when Zach was there. Right? So this could be Elizabeth Farrow. Elizabeth Farrow. This could be got to pay attention to special management. He's being welcomed in. Christine Farrow was hired. Got to become Zach. I think this person must be Christine Farrow. She also makes a point though to mention in her book Susie something. Mid 1981. Okay. So probably more like on this side. Right? His mistress. But his mistress isn't... His mistress I don't think is in the list here, right? Susan. Oh, Susan Ford. Interpreter. I bet you that's this person here. We'll take this off. I'm not sure who this is actually. So Susan Ford stops working in the department. It's 1980. What's his name? He was born in 81. I'm assuming he doesn't hook up with this lady and then hook up back up with her. Jesus Christ, Scott Hudson. I'm not a big fan of the fact that you've also been having sleeping with your secretaries. That's a power play. That's not good. That's not good look, man. Susan Ford. Because it mentions in... What was it? I remembered her from our trip overseas. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottrees. Susan Ford's been moved to office staff. Susan Ford no longer works in this department. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that existed only for 1 year. She was hired in 1979. Okay. So between 79 and we'll say 82, there's plenty of time for the Susan Ford to be the Susie person. That's my guess. I mean, technically speaking, Susan Ford could be there somewhere up here. I'll take that off because I'm not sure if she's the interpreter. We'll find out about Mark Clementine. Crocodile Clementine, Infamy, Florida. Basket Baby, 75. Okay. A few sites about the true stories focus on and around a legend mentioned in 1950s gospel. Okay, yeah. Real life baby Moses situation, or the prominent support of the concept of adoption. So to test how much they left the baby on her doorstep in a basket. She adopted him without question, raised him without her own son, though it wasn't national news. No websites nor who the woman or the baby were likely close to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. Okay. Crocodile Clementine. Okay. They make an emergency landing in Portland. He was flying home between LA caught because he bit by crocodile. So it's the same thing no matter what. Okay. Mm. Hmm. This is one of his daughters. Oh, so this is a daughter. One of them could be a son. One of them and they got married and had a kid. Pretty much from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sim's wife Clara, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Colleen Webb. Okay. This is with Colleen. He met when he worked at the airline. She worked at the airport newsstand. He was a drinker and often had mild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter. Okay, she had two daughters. And she felt the need to get out of things. Things went worse. September moved to San Diego and told the orders that her dad had to fly planes for the army. To reason both herself, although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the web name so that nobody could connect them to her ex-husband. Okay, so something web and something web. Well, yeah. Okay, so let's do, it's math time. It's 1999 right now. He went to a high school graduation. I forgot what it said what time it was. She was pregnant when with her child in 1975, which means right now her second child. Oh shit! Her second child would be 24. Which is a problem because that means that either one of the children could be, oh god damn. Both of her children are in, oh man. Oops, I don't think I spelled that wrong. No, I didn't. I spelled that right. Carla Sims. 1994. Okay, that's better. 75. 75 and 74. What is that? 19 years? No. Yeah. She's pregnant with a second child. And then 19 years after that, yeah, and 19 years after that, that would have been someone getting hit. So theoretically, her second child would possibly be a student in college, right? Wait, no. Because 94 and 99. So that's 5 years, which means you're most likely going to be out of college at that point. Listeners was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company they found was testing their products on animals. When paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bill was paid for by toaster Rita Jacobson. It's fairly expensive. Faculty interviewed other students. They were going to an event to find out if anyone knew, and the thing going on was that Mark Clementine showed up because daughter Mary was graduating that night. Okay, I'm gonna assume Mary was the... I'm assuming she's the youngest one. Okay. So then let's look up Mary Webb. Let's see if we get a hit. Ha! Web on the web. Heh. Personal travel diary. Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Was she a travel agent? Get that right there. Since Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations, or the ghost ships and stuff, that interest talks about trips she's personally taken. Use the opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities. Okay, pictures of ships. So picture of Mary herself. Diary entries when she mentions the day that photos were taken. She's allowed out into the ship on a port day in San Diego. Okay, with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Corporate composition photography. Well, that was in 1986 when Val, the former head photographer of CCP, that's probably shouldn't be showing it like that, did a Q&A with the users about taking pictures of promotional materials and print ads. Most questions were pretty technical, did some irrelevant, go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentioned that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. Well, I can just search something and do a search periodical straight from here. Huh. The question was quickly shut down by the question on the Q&A. Val does not wish to answer questions about the nor that she would talk about LVP. Okay. Oh boy. Lebanese pound, lower back pain, Lebanese pain, low blood pressure, like that. Lynch that. Luxury bridal photography, licking baby photography. What's her questions about her photojournalism days? Licking baby photography seems like a solid lead, as it mentions a Val, an award-winning photographer on the stage. There's one Beacon in New York. There's a picture of a baby and a camera caption with Cam Lincoln reached in for his namesake as he takes out to his father, Val. Copyright 1989. Okay, and also Telephotos, a photography magazine. Okay. What was it? Lincoln baby what? Lincoln baby photography. Oh, hold on. Interesting. Cam Lincoln. Val. Who are you? Asked about something. Just search Iraq. Nope. Valerie. Nah, okay. Cam Lincoln. No. Val Lincoln? There we go. There we go. Oh, and it says Clementine. Interesting. Okay. This 1992 issue focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln and one of Caesar and Desert Storm, 1982. He won a Sepia Award for journalism. Val got his start in high school and took a photography class because of his words he didn't believe what else he could do and thought it was the best career shoot. A knack for it and began his skip-free lunch. After graduating, he could pivot to photography. He got lucky, and that photographer mentor of his who was doing overseas to cover the war decided to take a chance on him. People didn't want to call it lucky to go to the active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets on my meals and even pushed some strings so we can rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job, even left California, it was a hell of a break. I was 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him the award the night he was there. It depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm, Operation Desert Storm. According to that, Lisa woman went out to combat, and Lisa was in the vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when what ahead was partially destroyed, and they were destroying a landmine. And Lisa, after surgery, took the picture, then she shipped it out. Kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate because that photo won me an award and got me into a magazine and led to my engagement. just earlier this week she agreed to become Miss Lincoln. I guess. I guess Lisa. I guess she took her father's name then. So first off, what's his name? Val Lincoln. What was that picture of? Cam Lincoln. Wait, hold on. Okay. If that's a Lisa and that's a Val. Oh, I see. That's a Cam. Cam Lincoln. Fucking baby. Lisa, I guess she tapped her dead father's name. Nah. Lisa Webb? Lincoln Val, that, oh. Where is, there's no one for military? Clementine Mark. Quick. Okay, so this is right. This is right. This is. I'm assuming she's the oldest one. This should be right. How is it nothing about? Okay, whatever. Lisa Clementine. One, two, three, four. So what's wrong? That's definitely Cam Lincoln. That's definitely Lincoln Val. That's definitely Mary. Here it goes. History. Go back to not color Sims. I want to go back to no, not that. News time? No, I want there we go. No. History. Oh, news time, Billy Sims. Though she never went through the trouble changing the names legally, they use web names so no one can cut them. So legally, there's still Clementine. Okay. that explains the Clementine thing on it. They just called themselves the Webs, though. There we go. We're gonna try to we'll get to 16, then we'll stop for today. Yippee.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else.
Good guy.
I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together.
I mean, yeah. You did cheat on, like, at least 2 sets of wives, probably. So morally, you're probably slightly, well, your godheads are probably equal.
Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
I mean, yeah.
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Oh, she's not, oh. Unknown occupation, okay. So she is not in. She is not a military person anymore. So we got all this almost. That also probably explains the reason why he was so fucking upset about everyone coming forth, being like, I'm a Roottrie, because he knows that he had an affair with someone. Well, though he didn't have kids with them, he did have an affair. Because these were 2 adopted, supposedly. Supposedly. Well, one of them was supposedly adopted. The other one, Merc may actually be a Roottrie. Really? Oh, hold on. Really? There we go. Oh my god. His name's David? Fuck you, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? So David Fellows. Oh, son of a bitch. Alright. Hunky Hardy's a group foster care in Portland. Called 7 magazine. It turned 17 in 1982. It's not possible. He was born in 1977. Dorte Davy. Who the fuck are you? Jesus Christ, talk about Jeffrey Dahmer. What the fuck? Who the fuck is Dorte Davy? Dirty Devil, another one is Dirt Poor. Yes, I can jump. '92 at earliest. Which would mean that if it was 72 at earliest, because we already know this, but still, 72 at on his 17th birthday. A white man can't jump. Oops, hold on, let me check something. Because that's an actual fucking movie. Yep, it was released on March 27th, 1992. Okay. Alright. So, if it was released in 92, he was 17, he would have to be born in 75. Okay, so that makes him have to be this guy. Wow, that's a lot of information for something that we kind of just like stumbled upon. Alright. Christine Farrow. I spelled that wrong. Farrow. Okay. Of course, I was like, I'll show up. Okay. If I want to follow how it goes from there, I have to find out more about Christine Farrow and her kids. I can find a picture of them too. If that's the case, let's go way back to here. Let's go back to Antonelli's. Was it Hotel Zimmer? Wroottrees and her husband Mark Zimmer have a few mentions in the Butler County Times with local business owners. When children was Antonelli as a Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Mark also was mentioned in Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. Mark Garland. Mark Zimmer. Oh, Roottrees did something there. Okay. Seconds from months later, on September of 1978, enlisting in his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen. Okay, copy. Let's just make sure that's a hit. Nothing. All right. So you can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991. It is titled "Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident." It seems local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer owning his book Kitchen Tales on the television. The recipe book was partially plagiarized in the recipes. Okay. Mark Zimmer. Re-releases garnishing the truth. Oh, it's a book that contains stories. How is that not? Mark Zimmer's garnishing the truth? What the fuck? Ah. Was a story-based recipe book by Mark Zimmer had some success after his feature on a local talk show. You find an alternative medicine website. It was focused on cooking with natural ingredients and mentions the use of kitchen tales as recipes as use of salt water. Which the salt water with the recipe of the mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater. It tastes great. For years, two bakers, Flora and Lance flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and peppered bread. He adored her rosemary cheeks. One day he whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. Okay. 10-12 years later, they met again, teamed by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her the position as a king's personal baker. Oh. Yes, to find success as well, he baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. When they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift for 50 unbaked loaves. Okay, sent to the palace bakery to teach a method of creating no kneading. Seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. So as they were torn in two, she'd now been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears to be unable to bake with her, that he'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Yates eat her pain. He says that she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible. They shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss a final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of falling on the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and twined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus born of the plated loaf. What quickly spread this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. banquet by the king. Flora and the eight spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years, so down for 15 more. Souls were golden with no regrets. Okay, so basically this is describing the relationship that hmm. Okay, it's mentioning, let's go back to where is I had it right here. Antonelli's. Okay. Christine mentions the fact that she herself is a Steve, who is a chef for the Antonellis, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. So, eloped, and then they went off to save money and open their own restaurant. So, now she has a bun in the oven, right? And they're both working as much as they can. So, she mentions having a bun in the oven. Wow, what a coincidence. They talk about having a bun in the oven there. She's talking about how she's this Flora person. Is talking about how she unprepared, quote unquote. So beware the gift and had already prepared buns for palace ovens. Basically, I think they're saying that she already was pregnant with what's his name? Guy Hudson's child. And then Steve was like, honey, don't worry. Like, we can take care of this. I'm assuming it's chef. I'm gonna say you're a chef. I'm assuming that's you. And then you had 2 kids. Yeah, I think that's what happened. So one of these kids may actually be Guy Hudson's. And she was probably in love with Steve, or like knew Steve or something like that. And she's like, shit, are you gonna be okay with me being how I am? And he's like, don't worry, we can get out of this relationship. You can get out of that relationship with Guy Hudson. Because they eloped, so which means that they were just quickly trying to get into marriage and everything to probably get away from Guy. I'm guessing that's her, but I'm not 100% sure. Either her, or not her. Either her or her is that person, I think. The plated loaf. The king's degree on royal parchment was, I would be considered a delicacy. Okay. Let's go back. Fish and tails. Where was the thing about garnishing the truth? Okay, so Steve got pissed off. (1978) Valentine's Day of 1978. It was a paper in 1978. They met years ago when she first produce. A little bit at the end of last year. Okay. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgments from Steve. The first is Christine. Thank you for everything your support means the world to me. You're the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. Garland, I'm assuming. You're becoming amazing men, incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. Mark Zimmer, you proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There's also a forward by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when I taught cooking class. Next time I saw him was over a decade later, was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really, so you might wonder why I'm doing this introduction. Well, it turns out Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling it in court, we settled at McQuarren's Brewhouse of a game of darts. Okay. I'm gonna copy that for later. We didn't take a ton of money together and then spent time on lawyers. So I decided to retire to move to Boston so we can hang out. So if you're browsing this book in the hot store, please buy a book. Okay. Pub in Boston. Famous people have a drink there, including the former president of the United States, not the Gucci company, Kennedy. Karens. One of them is guarding the truth. For cocktails. So grab a bite of his kids' joint fried eye and then swing by to meet him for a drink. I guess if he's born in 1975, if he's had an affair in 1978, and it's 99 right now, they'll be 21. So these two are both chefs. What did he say their names were? James and Robert Garland. And then Robert Garland. Joint Friday. It's joint. Oh, they're like recipe. Like that. Oh, that's like a store, restaurant. Yeah. One more in-depth review. Reviews that type of restaurant. There's a front door and a very small interior with a window. Usually the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. Whoever runs the place seems to just link random sites related to Boston. Okay. Wicked overrated. I saw this in chef's signature. So I went and then there was a huge line. They didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? Fuck you. Just because you don't have a meat dish doesn't mean that you can't. God, whatever. I say as someone who loves meat, you know. You can have places that are vegan and vegetarian. Okay. New periodical, I'm assuming. Yep. Vegetarian diet really be trendy? Yeah, it can be. The samosa cone was a traditional ice cream complete with a waffle pattern. Instead of contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. that actually sounds kind of good. Robert, who's 3 years younger than James. There we go. That's all I need to hear. Fuck. Well, I don't know which one's which. So Robert's probably the more likely to be the legitimate one, and then James is a chance to be not James Garland. Okay. Was the age differences left him delicate with a sous chef's jacket? Okay, so life he doesn't mind. So Robert is the sous chef. So Robert is red. James is blue. Okay. That's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. Okay, they will open a restaurant. They're like gonna end up listening to that. They'll work as they're talking about their mom. Yeah, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Old enough to school to see my days with my aunts. Okay. To experiment, exercise skills, shopping and cooking as a family, hyper kids. I must have an eye for best vegetables. Parents who are now retired visit Friday often. The Sistine Apple. What was the thing called again? Anatolia's. Anatolia's attic. That way you seem related. Dessert. Let's see. Neat. Neat. Let's go. Okay. So I have all the people who could possibly be. Oops. That child, 5 pieces. Next gen, free spirits. And then free spirits kid, and then free spirits, and then they have kids. Okay, assuming this is near Alvis. All these people. Okay. There's the Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett. Catherine Garrett. In 1980, Susan Ford no longer works. Petition number 1879. So 82, so 79 and 82 he had an affair. I said this is 90, 80. This is 81. So this is 81 or 82 because he died in 82. Grandorf Dove donation. School for the deaf. Which used to be about the county. Okay, first off, was named Grandorf Dorf, 1923 to 1990, because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove was the Spanish word for deaf. You can scan through all the biographies and find that Principal Miss Ford, Susan Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. Has been working with the staff for 15 years. She's deaf herself. For the Hudson Ring. Okay, well, first off, Principal. The name of the president of which company donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. Given assistant of employee of Roottrees at the time, she was an ASL from the main school after Hudson was existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. Hudson Ring opened, she became the first teacher. At first, it only opened on weekends, but since it has had afternoon classes on some weekdays. You find the most miraculously discovering one piece of evidence. Grandorf was used as the center of crime in 1982. Someone defaced it in 1982. All article proves that there was one arrest. Thomas Hughes, former student at the school. Apparently, the construction came after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. She graduated a few years later. According to the reporter's investigation, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail. Thomas Hughes avoided any further appearances. Oh. This isn't Susan. Oh boy. Right? She learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. The daughter came from an assistant of an employee of Roottrees at the time. She mentions that she learned ASL from the main school to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. A former student at the school apparently trusted him to accept he made the school's newest teacher. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. Okay, so he was there. He left. She became a teacher. She learned how to do that. Of Mr. Hughes' current pregnancy. Let me try Susan Hughes. Wait, where's the 2,500,000? Grant of donation was in 1981. Susan Ford no longer works in the department as an interpreter. '80s, she moved to office staff. '80s, she no longer works as an interpreter. '82, she's no longer employed. Thomas Hughes. Susan Ford. Principal. That's her. Oh, this is gonna be, if that's the case, then this is gonna be rough. Okay. If you're working there for 50 years, you got mentioned here, right? What? Mm-mm, mm-mm. Hmm. 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 Forgot about that. His business partner in Australia. Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice. So that donated to the death of Martin. but with legal and leadership terms in 1977. An agreement and broke ground in 1978. Robin Martin. Apparently, Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in 1982, the year after he died, which combined with her inheritance immediately catapulted to almost unimaginable levels of wealth. The write-up business watch was signed, but it seems to disapprove of this move immensely. Does not touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division, as well as what was to become of the maple candy factory. The entire text seemed to be dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick buck. The article ends with a dig at Robert's personal life and a lack of traditional values. Who am I to judge? Maybe she showed it to ensure a better future for her own children. Oh, wait. She has no husband. Riley circulated rumors somewhere in the 70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure that she would never have children. You find a joke on site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's promiscuous as a punchline involving Robin's eggs. What's worth, she leans into the rumors. She once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that said satisfied partner on it. Right, go back. Where would it be? Wouldn't be business watch. What do you? Oh, just that. Team Blast. There's something that definitely is like something that would be more likely to have. I guess not. Hmm. Hmm. Is it unemployed? I think it would fit her role. Mm-hmm. New periodical? Controversial at the time, was quite serious, focus on wealth and inequality. Okay. Passing use of soapbox to politicize to fellow students and their parents, the rich and poverty, but unfortunately judged by the silence and remain unconverted. Focus on wealth and equality. Was a fountain as was a statue of an unknown author. The Miami Sunday. Cuba by Cubans. Miami Mercury. Let's go to every periodical. Okay. Cuba by Cubans. Notebook. Oops. Mentions Bessie's youngest son, now an orphan, was in attendance during their dedication. Also mentioned about bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. Bidding was won by Wildcat Construction. Your statue fountain in the second room. Okay. Miami Print Museum. That's not much new stuff. Oh, okay. Unknown author, but has been added to evidence that the printing press is used by the Miami Sunday. Cuba by Cubans. Fuck. Oh shit! Accidentally gathered. When did I press to do that? Okay. What do they have about West Williams again? Built in 1928. Hmm. 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 The Ford sisters. Oh god, they're sisters? Oh, son of a bitch. Only one of a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, the other has a deadly allergic to peanuts. The mother, a Miss Susie Ford. Oh. Was principal at a nearby Grandorf school. Yeah, was originally contacted by the researchers identifying any set of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. She didn't have any twins attending her school. She asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could be useful, and turns out they were. They were different. My youngest, we call her that, even though it wasn't really about 15 minutes, is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned how to scamper. Asma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After School later this year. The left is inhaler. One's on the EpiPen. Okay. Oh, and the twins. Right. So does it really matter what do I do here? My youngest is sharp, hasn't stopped running for the moment she learned to scamper. Asa has kept her sister. So the sister's the oldest one. Definitely an extrovert. Is performing on local production of Is There Any Life in After High School later this year. A Heather Ford. Which means that this is in April 1999. Melissa. They're both students. Right? Because they both had to be students, right? March of this year. Okay. Okay, so Heather Ford. Okay. Miss Susie Ford was principal at a nearby Grandorf school. Ford sisters. Wait, no. This is Melissa. She's got the EpiPen. This is Heather. Yeah, I think so. Hmm. I still say you're military. One is on the left is holding an inhaler, and on the right is holding an EpiPen. My youngest is on the right. Cylinder scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field. So the one on the left, who's the oldest, but she's an extrovert performing. So that's Heather, that's Melissa. Okay. Hmm. Oh shit, hold on. I remember Chris Rafferty was trying to become like a what? Yeah, wasn't he trying to get into wasn't one trying to yeah. One of the Rafferty's was definitely trying to get into that type of stuff. What? How is he not showing up in MMM? Hmm. Hmm. Mm-mm. Oh, wait, hold on. Media mogul. If that's the case, let me try switching this back again. Nope, no hit. Okay. In 1982. And she was pregnant in 1982. This is from 99. It's got to be them. This is that turn of 99. So it would have been 17, right? At the max, which means it'd still be in high school. So it'd be student K to 12. So these are correct. So that has to be true. This has to be correct. Well, not this part, but this. Yeah, I was media mogul. Mm. I wonder. Maybe we can find something at a party. No. Mm. At the Knox 50 here work. No. China, France, and Brazil. So what if I look up Langsing you. Empowered about the rise of women and entrepreneurs. Okay, controversial move. Since then, a few who is currently a second command, but take over once he retires. That her Zinyu was an early adopter to IVF, helped her sister have a child. I don't know about that, Sonny. I think this is a false lead. Long humble. Roottrees, France. To be Tristan Roberts. I was one of the worst men I ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of a business contract. Dude, don't be pushy. I don't think he expected her to say no. I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly thereafter, I felt like the universe was working things out. I was surprised to learn he had a secret child. Seemed to treat women like electrical pocket monsters. So Pokemon sidetracks the questions a bit. Never returns. Tell me about Pokemon. Roottreemania. Yay. Okay. So go back to Roottreemania. Born in 1947. Which means that in the time of 1970, she would have been 30 something. Okay. His brother was not a businessman during his time as senior. So long lang lasagna. Yeah. To declare a suitable hero, he paid Kringen as shit. Piece of Asia is okay. This accomplishes Lang Tai. Jerry and Linda Han. And Jerry's names are listed too. Nah, I don't think it can be you. Use for anything out of the ordinary. Okay. Clutch. Okay.
Hey there, it's us. So, I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up. They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
Says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's gonna take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on.
Oh.
Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
1979. Hmm. Jerry Hahn. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Hahn appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy. They're hanging with the Hans. That's significant because chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. Jerry and Linda were born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company, never names it. After expanding to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage as long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. There are jokes, something got Atlantis Motif song, because of Robert Redford. And Mark, we never considered having a traditional name. You know, my sister stayed in China and she thrived here. She's even like visiting the US anymore. Hmm. Hmm. What's your cheat logo? Another is Tranquilitas. Twin Quilts. Hmm. Bang Hanyon. She'll go for her uncle. Her nephew, who's the second commander, to take over when she retires. Okay, if she's the second in command, so I bet you her nephew is actually her son. Okay. Lang Hongbo. The time was Lang Hongbo, which was the main CEO. And his younger daughter and her Lang Xinyao. After the child implanted in his younger daughter who was unmarried. $100,000. I think look up Lang Xinyao, right? Lang Xinhao and okay, Linda's Lang Xinghao, Jerry is Han Xinhao. So knowing that Lang Xinhao is actually, so if I go to Piece of Asia again, wait, hold on, I go Piece of Asia. I go with the I'm with the Hans, right? My sister stayed in China and thrived. Doesn't like visiting the U.S. anymore. Lucy Lang or Mark Lang? Mentioned business school. The oldest of 4 children. Teaches New York College. Oh. I think it was her. Oh, wait, hold on. Where is it? The Heralded was the one for Mid-Eastern. Got him. And turn as Minlang. The university is such a group on that factory scale machines, that type of products. If I go back to piece of Asia, no, go back to hang with the hangs. Oh, so she did in vitro with the. Oh, I see what happened. So she did the top in vitro, and Mark is the proper, I guess, child, whatever, of that. But then let's go back to details about her. To every film, second person that don't ever leave and left the state. So it's not her. No. So it's this. Mentioned here as Minlang. Minlang. Student college. Group of manufacturing scale machines that sell products that were shipped all over the world. Who are you? Yeah, Alves. Media mogul. Sonia Alves. Oh. Alright, I think we are done for today. Because I can't get any more information here yet. I think this will solve itself next time I play. This one's gonna be good. I need to find out what this Lisa Clementine, what her thing is. So this will be the one. This is done. This is done. I need to get more on this. Then I need to work my way down this thing, because holy fucking shit is this complicated. But I'm almost done, I think. Yeah, I think I'll stop now. It's a good place to stop. Okay. Whew. Ooh-wee. Gee whiz. Ooh, we're gonna read today, or we're gonna stop today. It's 10:15, so my options of reading are low. Yeah, we'll stop for today. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right. Let's see. Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. So tomorrow we have Metal Gear Solid 3. Let's see how that goes. I'm still feeling 1 and 2 more than 3 so far, but we'll see. I mean, because 3 is just harder. And then Friday I have off. Saturday I have most likely Blueprints again. I definitely have to catch up more on it now, because considering the fact that now there are even more people that I follow on Twitch, that's YouTube, that are streaming it, and I'm like, well, shit, I can't watch you guys do it, so now I gotta find another person to watch, or I'm gonna just have to beat the game faster and beat it before you all do. Muhaha. And then yeah, that's it. Because I don't stream on Sundays. It's a D&D week this week anyway. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. I need to catch some Z's. But thank you for coming. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.